Either this is going to be the video where I bust my ass on YouTube. My roof really needs to be bleached out. That's my next project. But that's where we're going over there, the patio. Okay guys, I think I figured out what's going on here. Looks like water might be going in right here around this flashing. You can clearly see where the water can go underneath that. I think it's dripping down through there. So I'm gonna give this all a good foam right here. And I will show you guys once I have my foam spray open and ready to go. Put a nice coat right along the edge of the roof there. So here's a little illustration of what was going on the roof. Basically, what was happening is water was flowing down the flashing in the corner of the roof. Now, normally it flows over the top of the flashing and then follows gravity down to the gutters where it will drain. Unfortunately, as you can see here in this picture, water was flowing straight under the flashing and dripping out underneath my patio. And that could be caused by a number of things. Objects hitting the roof, things like that. Animals can do that as well. So all we have to do is seal that area to make that water flow properly again. All right, you see where that also has some problems there. I'm gonna make sure I get this whole area really good. And we got our Walmart spray foam here, perfect for the stuff, and I'll get this open. All right, this stuff is really hard to work with, of course, but I did my best just to kind of seal up around where the flashing was there, and then also not block this flashing so the water can still flow down through this gutter. And I guess once this stuff dries, I'm going to go ahead and clean this gutter out, because it's really not the gutter, the roof. I guess I don't need to start sealing the cracks here. I guess that'll be fine. They haven't ever leaked. So I'm just hoping this runs now right down through there and doesn't pile up here, since I put a big stack of styrofoam right there. But it's there for one reason, to keep that water from getting down in the corner of that patio and allowing it to flow out. I went ahead and put the trash that I found in this gutter over here down at the end, and then I'm going to get out and clean that out once I get down on the ground again. Now the tricky part is getting down. This gutter also leaks in the corner pretty bad. I'm going to go ahead and seal it up with spray foam. Just going to put it like around the inside edge here. Hopefully this does the trick. This one always leaks pretty bad right here. When it rains really hard, it comes out of the cracks down here where the gutter split. I think that should do it. That should be good enough. I think that's the only place it leaks. Yeah, that's good enough. It leaks right out of the corners here, the cracks, even though it's been sealed up several times. I'm not used to not yelling at the microphone since we have a mic now. All right, now we just got to clean up. Made a bit of a mess. Oh, this hose has got 20 kinks in it. Yeah, this hose sucks. Trying to wash some of the dirt off, at least dilute it a little bit that I tracked in here. It's going to rain today anyway. I just want to get most of it off the off the pool deck here. I got to redo this hose bad as soon as I get rocks put in this garden. And now we got to get our ladder and stuff out of here. And I think we're just about cleaned up. Just got to put this stuff back in its place. Unpack this, or pack up this foam stuff. It's pretty worthless after you use it once. I'm going to toss it. Put our trash can back over here. All these guys got to go out on Monday. Oh, we got a casualty stuck to the broom. I'm now heading back to the garage. With all our miscellaneous supplies that we used. We'll put this stuff up in the garage. Came out with 2 cans of foam, which I'll eventually use one day. All this trash goes out tomorrow for trash day. And we're almost done. Until it rains, when we can give it a good test. There's Mr. Binks, waiting for me to come back so he can come inside. So this towel is going to get washed. This is my broom for the house. And then we have Windex we have to put back. And we have 2 amazing spray cans left. They're only $3, so I'm not going to return them. I'll use these. I will use them eventually. Those two can go with the supplies. I know, kitty. And I can't find my other glove. My other glove is somewhere. Not in here. Kitty, I know. Well, apparently I lost a glove. But that's going to do it for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed this video. Little quick video about my leaky patio. See you guys next time. Okay, me and Patricia absolutely hate onions, so we're going to see if this alligator will eat them. Get it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nope. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. And so, got some exciting things happening out here. I wanted to take you guys outside and show you the dust. Today these guys came and cut the cantilever off the pool. So you will be seeing footage of that. So do you see how they cut the edge off of that, and you notice all the dust that it generated? I mean, until it rains, that's gonna look. Looks like it snowed out here. But yeah, so the cantilever was cut right off the edge of this pole. What that will allow them to do now is come in with the travertine, and they have the travertine pieces that wrap right over the edge here. And that's what it looks like now after they spent about, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half doing the work. And so the next step is apparently that the tile guys are going to come lay the travertine all over the entire pool deck right here and underneath my patio. Still haven't decided what I'm doing with this wall, but I think I like charcoal stack stone. It's a dark stack stone for that whole entire wall right there. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a little update. Now you'll see this work being done right here on the pool, and we'll talk to you guys on the next step. We just stopped by the candy store to get some candy, and we got this big candy right here, and it's, I'm not gonna say the brand. Let's go. All right, guys, this is day 8 without a pool pump turned on. For those of you who don't know, I am having my pool remodeled, and it's just a waste to keep using this for now. But look at this, day 8 with no pool pump on. Check out this dude. Aw, man. Dude ruined my short hawkage. Opened up this egg carton today from BJ's. Totally gypped. Missing one egg right out of the freaking packaging. Got gypped. Egg gypped. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? Because today we have the HP Envy, and it is from Best Buy. It has the Ryzen 7 processor and 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. Now we're right in front of the HP Envy and also in front of the iMac that we did purchase from a thrift store. You can go ahead and check out that video later. But right now I've got this backwards actually because it does open up from this side. But if we go around the side here, we can look at the model number, and it is a HP Envy X360 2-in-1 laptop. This thing does have the Ryzen 7 processor on it, and it does have a terabyte SSD in it and 16 gigs of RAM. Now, one of the things we're going to be doing today is actually we're going to edit this entire episode on this laptop. This is not an editing machine by any means. It doesn't have a super fast video card. This is a super fast processor, but not a fast video card. But we're going to set this up for Rich and Trish live. While we do that, we're going to be recording that, and then we're also going to get this thing going for them, as far as we're going to take all the bloatware off and install all the necessary antivirus and other software that
top speed in the Civic. With a very sick driver. Speedometer. Oh, we hit the speed limiter. We hit the top.
Look at this guy.
We hit the top speed limiter at 120 in the Civic.
Nice. These alligators don't know what the hell to make of my drone over there. Look at my drone. Look at these alligators. I was trying to fly it over their head, but I'm sucking at it. These guys are staring at it like, get out of here. We are back on Supercar Street Racing, and once again taking a look at the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid out in the garage. And we have our next piece of carbon fiber we're going to be applying today on the station. So hang out and let's have some fun. We have this nice piece of matte carbon fiber from RPM Tesla that we are going to be applying today to the Tesla. And this piece right here fits right over the stock around the charging pads. And the carbon fiber weave and everything also matches the interior of the car. So in other words, where the weave is down and makes its diagonal turn, it will be the same as matching up to the center console. Now, all you have to do to apply this carbon fiber piece is peel off the double-sided tape here. Once you have that peeled off, you stick it right over the factory piece, and this is real molded dry matte carbon fiber to match the Model S Plaid already awesome carbon fiber interior. So let's go outside right now into the car and take a look at what's already out there. Out here in the incredibly dark Tesla Model S Plaid, which has a lot of tint on the windows, and I have put a light in here so we can see where this goes. Now simply goes right here where they didn't put carbon fiber. They just have this fake leather fabric there, and it should carry the carbon fiber up around the charging port. So let's see how well this fits. And it does fit perfect. And that's what it looks like when you add the carbon fiber, and it follows the weave. If you look right there, it follows the weave on the existing carbon and matches it perfectly. Oh, I didn't have it on all the way. Yep, so I didn't push it on all the way. So that sticky tape's gonna have to be applied now. Now we just simply come to the back of this guy here and peel off all of the sticky tape on the back. I'm gonna go do that at the table inside, and it's a lot brighter in there. Okay, we have the carbon fiber piece right here, and all we have to do is come peel off all of the red tape. Once the tape is off, it is ready to be applied. Then we go in there and we just push it on. Kind of a pain, but this is what's going to keep it on the car. Hard to get to. Fortunately, there's some long pieces here. Otherwise, it would be a huge pain. Switch to a wider angle. It's like pulling teeth, but pulling tape. We need to make sure we don't have any type of grease or any of that conditioner or anything in there, so I'm just going to wipe it down real quick, if I can ever get the Windex to work. Just going to wipe it down real quick with some Windex. Okay, we got our rag here. Just going to quickly get anything off of this that might cause it not to stick. Really fast wipe down procedure. And I'm going to come back with the other side, the dry side, and just do that. It's that simple. Now let's grab the piece and stick it on. All right, we're ready to apply this piece. So what I am doing is putting a lot of pressure on this because it needs to sit flush all the way around. Needs like 30 seconds of pressure applied. Let's see if this thing still opens right. Oh, it does. Okay. I was worried for a second that that thing wasn't going to open anymore because this pushes right up against it, but I guess they have the design right. Yeah, it just seems to work fine. Okay. I think that is a finished product. And the center console still works like it's supposed to. So let me give you guys a better look at this. I know the lighting is poor in here, and I'm fumbling around with this, but yeah. All right, be careful when you're doing this and working on your car. I put a little fine little tiny scratch in this carbon right here, and I can't get it off. Maybe I can get it off later with something polished or something like that. But these lights fell over and did put a tiny little, barely noticeable scratch right there in the carbon. But as you can see here, this is all finished and it fits perfectly. I don't have any fitment issues whatsoever here. It matches the carbon fiber weave, so the pattern continues down with the Tesla pattern, and it looks exactly like the factory carbon fiber center console. So overall, I'm happy with this. Let's go inside to the studios and look at this online with Brad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are back in the 4K production studio, and our light did burn out, so we have to figure out getting a new light. I might be a little bit dark, sorry about that, but today we have this RPM Tesla molded carbon fiber charging pad frame overlay to show you guys, and they do have quite a few different carbon fiber products over at RPM Tesla. This one is really cool. It actually is a really good addition to the Model S Plaid center console area. There's also some more products like this, but I want to show you this real quick. Now, this is the matte dry look carbon fiber, and that's kind of what matches the inside of the Model S Plaid. And as you saw in the video there, it does follow the weave and everything of the Model S Plaid carbon fiber. And here is a good look at it here, and here's some other pictures of it. And right here, there is a picture of how it fits right on, but that one is matching the gloss carbon fiber, not the matte. There is the matte look right there, which is pretty cool. They did a really good job on this. It does press right on with 3M tape and had no issues getting it to stick or anything like that, and no issues with fitment whatsoever. It was perfect. Here's another look at it, and the red stuff on the back is the 3M tape. And there's another look and a final look at it. And if you do come here and you go to Model S, and you go to real carbon fiber parts right here, it will take you to all of their parts. And checking out some of their other parts right here, you can see here their turn signal overlays, which I do have those. They have the Viento front lip spoiler. It's made out of real carbon fiber. I don't have that one. I have a different one. Mine is an overlay, and it doesn't stick out as much as that one does. They have this diffuser, which is kind of cool. It does come in matte dry. And I've been thinking about getting this, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet because you have to do some pretty intricate installation tricks. And you see right here they got some carbon fiber canards eyelids for the front. Not sure how that would look. That might be cool. They've got a plaid type upgrade kit for the regular Model S and Model X, which is cool if you don't have that. This is the center console sliding drawer. I already have that in carbon because I have a plaid. Here is the door handle overlays. I have those. Here is the front inlay, which I do have the little V inlay on mine as well. Here is a steering wheel bezel overlay, which is kind of cool. That might be interesting. It's $139 and it does come in dry. That might be a neat upgrade for my car. I'm going to look into getting that one. I really like that one. There's the charging pad, and this is another thing I really want to get from them. These are the carbon fiber seat backs, which look awesome. They look a lot more sporty than the factory seats do. They would look like this in dry in my car. Here's a center console upgrade kit. 7 pieces, kind of interesting. And here is a yoke made out of carbon fiber for your car as well, a whole yoke. And some armrest overlays. And then a round carbon fiber steering wheel. So you can see they have a lot of different carbon fiber, especially for the non-carbon fiber cars. Like the Plaid comes with a lot of carbon, so they don't have a lot to offer for that. They have a few cool things though, like the seat backs. But if you don't have a Plaid, they have a lot of other things that you can put on your car. I'll put a link in the description to this and to the RPM Tesla website, and I'm so happy you guys are joining me today with this. And please like and subscribe to the videos. And we got to get out of here. We got to go find some more carbon fiber. Let's go. Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing for another fun-filled episode. We're right here in the 4K production studio, which was built just for this purpose, and that is to bring you guys the best products and the most fun in a great atmosphere. And you can see here we're loving it in the studio, and today we've got an upgrade right here on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're back in the 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad here once again. And in my hand, I have the Govee RGB IC light strip. Now, we have a lot of smart lighting already installed in the studio. This is actually going underneath the desk to bring out some ambient lighting, and this can be synced up with the other Govee products in here. And so what we're going to do today is unbox this right here and show you what's inside. We have done this before with this product, and then we're going to get this installed on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get this thing unboxed. All right, inside the box of the Govee RGB IC strip light here, 32 feet long, and you can see right here, right now, they give you a little installation steps card first. Just little quick installation tips here. You have a little Join Govee Home little pamphlet there inside as well. We have the user manual right here, and we have the actual RGB IC strip light. Now when you buy these, and if you want the best, you buy the RGB IC. That means it has, you know, like the integrated circuits built onto it and can do all of the cool colors and chases and all that stuff. That's why we got these. Now, there are actually two strips here, and they start on one end and they go out in both directions. So they will start at the back and fan their way around the desk underneath, because I have done this before under the bed, and I forgot that they had two strips, but yes, they do. And then also inside of the box, we have this lovely power cable. It is a regular type power cable, like would be in the back of a receiver or like an old CD player. It's not the kind that has the big plug, it's the smaller one. Then we have the actual power supply here. This is the AC to DC power supply. Probably puts out maybe 12 volts, who knows, doesn't really say. 48 watts, 12.2 volts output power supply. You also have this lovely controller here, and you can see here, right here and right now, that you have two outputs and your lights should go that way and out. So basically what you do is you start on one end and you fan outwards one strip on each one of those plugs. They also give you these beautiful clips. That is if it does not stick, and maybe underneath this desk we will have to use those because it might not work properly. They also provide you with this beautiful, lovely alcohol pad to wipe down before you actually put the strip up, which is supposed to help with the adhesion of the strip and make it stick. So let's get to work. We are underneath the desk right now, and sorry for the noise of the air conditioner, but there is no other way. It is hot in here, and we can see underneath the desk here that we are going to be starting up here where the power strip is, and we will go down each side and around to the front on the desk. And what we will do right here and right now is we're going to be powering this guy right up there on the end of the power strip. That power strip is full. I wish I would have put a bigger one down here. We have almost everything full. And then I will let you guys watch me do the rest of this. And I still have to wire manage over there where I have a mess. Let's get to work. And we are back again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. And I just gave the whole entire studio a cleaning. I finally got up there and cleaned the monitors for the first time. They're a little off right here, but they're pretty easy to just move back in place like that. And they line up pretty good for guesswork because that was all luck when I put those in. But I did clean all the monitors. You can see I cleaned the desk. And I vacuumed the floor, and look at our wonderful Govee RGB IC light strip looking so fresh underneath the desk. And so what I did right here and right now, oops, zip tie left. What I did is I actually stuck them up to the desk, and then I used the clips and screwed those in various places where I knew it might droop. If it continues to droop, I might have to put more or some hot glue or maybe some other type of glue, but I think that's going to work out. You can see the controllers in the back there where you can't see it, and everything is nice and tied up. When I was finished with the RGB IC light strip install, I then proceeded to do some cable management under here that I had not done before, including tying up the new editing PC. This is the old editing PC, that's the new one. I actually tied up the old one, which I recently added so that I can do extra live streaming from here. If I want to do live streaming from like the security cameras or anything, I have an extra computer here to do that with. And like I said, I cleaned, Windexed, and wiped down everything in the studio, and the studio looks absolutely crazy insane. As you can see, whoops, weight dropped, but yeah, check the studio out, guys. And that is how you do production at Supercar Street Racing. And that really does add a lot to the studio. I noticed also may want to do it under the futon over there, to put some light under that area as well, would look cool. Because in the dark areas, you know, it doesn't stand out very well on the webcams up there. We are broadcasting live from the Supercar Street Racing studio in two angles, one there, one up there in the corner, and one up there in that corner. And you can see so fresh on the screen there that we are live. And we hope you guys enjoyed this project. We got another special one coming up that I have to get shot and edited. And we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Today we have a product here we're going to take a look at, see how it works for us. It is the Orion MotorTech fluid extractor. We're going to get this thing opened up and see what is actually in the box. Taking a look inside the box for the MotorTech extractor here. This is a 200 milliliter fluid extractor. And taking a look at the actual extractor here, we can see that it says you can do brake work with one man. And the reason that we got this extractor is because on the golf cart, the oil change is super difficult because of having to take off the bottom tray out of the vehicle. So we're going to try this and see if we can extract the oil directly out of the crankcase through the dipstick reservoir. And then we will be adding oil back with this as well. The golf cart, I believe, takes just a little over a quart of oil, and it is the break-in period. So we are needing to change the oil and put new oil in it for post break-in after it had 250 miles put on it. See right here, the instruction manual is for the little 200 milliliter extractor from Orion MotorTech. And inside here, it gives you some warnings. It shows you a parts list. It looks like it comes with two hoses here and also a little extra little nozzle for the end of the hose. It's got one small hose and one large hose here. So it says that one of the hoses right here is 0.95 centimeters and the other one is 0.6 centimeters. Taking a look right here. The adapter is on the end here. And the barrel right here. There's the adapter. The actual syringe here. And then it tells you how to operate the extractor. And it says be careful because some fluids will affect the paint of your vehicle if you're using it. So what we're going to be using this for is, like I said before, we will take the little dipstick screw thing out and try to pull the oil out of the golf cart without having to take off the drain plug, because the drain plug is blocked by a big under tray with about 30 screws that have to come out. And I'm hoping this will do the trick to change the oil in the cart. Okay, we're out here in the garage now. We need to get set up. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and get some lighting under here. I've got a little fluorescent light that we can run underneath the cart. We'll go ahead and get set up. So what I'm going to do now is, you can see that is the dipstick area. I'm going to get our extractor here and try to extract from that dipstick and put it into this 2-liter bottle that I got right there. Now notice that I did put the cart up on the ramp on this side so that all the oil would flow to the dipstick side of the engine. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a try now with this extractor. And all you have to do to get this extractor going is put the tube directly into the end of this hole, and we will start off with the bigger one. So what you do is, all you do is push it into the hole it's in. To get it out, you pull down on the blue washer and it comes right out. So this thing is ready to go now. Literally just put this into the dipstick and try to suck out the oil, which I've never tried before. So let's do that now. All right, I'm getting my gloves on here to get ready to try this. I'm hoping I don't have to go ahead and put this thing up on ramps and take the bottom tray off, because really you need all four wheels off the ground to do that. But let's give this thing a shot. All right, I did some research. One place says 14 or 1.4 liters. The other one says 1.1 liters. So I don't know what the correct is. Literally says two different things. Engine oil capacity, which is 1,100 milliliters or 1,400 milliliters. At the same time, it says to fill the oil up until the oil is on the 4th, mark here, which would be 4 from the bottom, I'm guessing, because they don't say, which is basically halfway. So I'm going to start with 1100 milliliters, then check the oil and see if I can even see it, because I couldn't see it last time. So I guess we'll need to get our squeeze bottle out to put the oil back in and start doing some oil, or we can use our new extractor to do the same thing. This is hilarious, Haggard stuff. My funnel is way too big to pour into this bottle, so I'm using this oil filter removal tool because it has a little hole at the bottom. So we're going to see how big of a mess we make with this. We got to make sure we don't overfill. And we are using fully synthetic SuperTech oil from Walmart, which is just as good as any of the other brands that we've done some research on, and we know this stuff is good oil, if not better than a lot of the synthetics that you buy off the shelf. So far, so good. We only need a little bit more. Oh, we got close. We got close. We got real close. And that should do it. Now all we gotta do is clean up our big ass mess. Should be about 1100. The difficult part's going to be checking it after, because you can't really tell on the dipstick what is what. It's very hard to see. We got our bottle ready to go and cleaned. I like to keep it pretty clean, like in the work area. And this is how we will be adding oil back. It is to the top. It couldn't be more full. Actually dripping out because I squeezed it. Don't squeeze the bottle while you're working on it. Okay, this thing's ready to go. Let's head back out to the garage. One thing I didn't even think about is whether this bottle is going to be able to actually get in there and inject this oil. But we're going to find out right now. I think we're okay. There is a exhaust right in the way. Getting the oil back in is very tough. I had to wrap some tape around the end of my funnel to get it to work because it was too big. I did eventually get most of the oil in there with the funnel. However, I couldn't tip the bottle up enough to get the last little bit in, so I used the extractor and pushed the oil back in. And now the oil change is done. We have to check the oil though, and if it needs any more, we'll have to get it out of the quart bottle, the 5 quart bottle that we got inside of the oil. Now there is a procedure for checking the oil here, and it says that we have to let's see, it just says It doesn't say. I'm going to look and see how you check the actual oil here. All right, we're supposed to start the engine and let it warm up for a few minutes, turn it off, wait a few minutes, and inspect the level. And it should, this one says, yeah, about halfway up the stick there. Let's go ahead and start the vehicle. Neutral. And that's on. All right, we're gonna let this warm up for a couple minutes, then check the oil. Okay, it's been sitting for a few minutes now. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can check the oil level, which I tried once before, and it's kind of difficult to see on the dipstick. It's really a dumb kind of system. But I'm gonna go ahead and take that out. Oh yeah, that's hot. That's me getting burned by the exhaust, which is right next to the oil drain plug. Yeah, I mean, you can't really tell. Doesn't say also whether you screw it in all the way or just check it when it's out. So I'm going to see, screwed it in all the way and see if I can see any oil on it now. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell at all. It's just ridiculous. It's got oil on it even when you don't screw it in all the way. I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to add any more oil. I only put 1100 and it says do not overfill. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that. And so that's going to do it for this video. And this is the extractor that we use. This is the OMT fluid extractor we use to change the oil. And I would highly recommend it. It works great. Did the job perfectly, actually. So yeah, go ahead and pick up one of these if you can, and we'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing.
Okay, this is how you, if you forget your cutter,
you take your axe,
right?
Normally throw
Your heavy axe,
yeah, and don't hit your thumb,
right? Oh, hell yeah! Bye bye.
We ain't got no place to park no cars up in this garage. Oh well, let's sell them. Whatever. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, early in the morning. It's cold, freezing, and here is the club car precedent. Can't talk this morning, still half asleep. But we are actually going to be plasti dipping this guy today, and that's going to take some prep first. And I haven't decided whether I'm going to spray the trim while it's on the cart. That means if the cart was ever taken apart, the trim would peel off the dip, which may not be great for a lot of things. But if I don't, if I do the trim separately, I have a ton more taping and all that. So I'm thinking of just spraying the whole thing and just not worrying about it. I'm not going to take the back off either. Just try to spray underneath there as best I can. But I do have some taping off to do on the taillights, or either remove them, one or the other. So probably removing them is the best bet. It only looks like there's a couple of screws there. Looks like they're actually held in with like wood screws. But yeah, I'm gonna get busy on that and prepping right now, and that's what's happening on the channel today.
All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, we got the badge removed, we got the tail light removed, and now we're going to be deglossing the cart with this. This helps the paint stick. Let's do this. Okay, we got the entire body deglossed and prepped. Now we got to tape off some key areas because this stuff will go everywhere. All right, we are back inside, and always remember to warm up your Plastidip cans. We are actually going to be using Rust-Oleum peel coat, which is more or less the same thing. I'm doing some hot water here, and while I give these about 5 minutes to warm up in the water, I will take a break. All right, guys, we are out here, and we have our Rust-Oleum peel coat ready to go here. We're going to start putting on the first coat, and yes, we have warmed up our cans because it is probably, if I had to guess in the garage, it's probably in the 60s, maybe upper 50s at the coldest, but I've had the heat on in here for about 3 hours, and I've got a fan blowing on the garage from the inside the house, and the heat is on in the house. So I brought the temperature up quite a bit in here to try to get this golf cart warmer. This stuff doesn't like cold or humidity, so this is perfect because there's no humidity. Remember, when you start spraying, always spray off to the side to clear the nozzle, and every time you spray, turn the can upside down and spray once every time you take a break, or the nozzle will get clogged and you'll get like a splurt will come out and it'll mess up your job. So remember, first coat is always light. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and black out these taillights with Plastidip. Welcome back, guys, and it is time for the last coat. And remember, your last coat is when you peel your tape. The Plastidip has to be wet when you peel your tape, or it will peel up your actual dip. So you peel immediately after you put your last coat. We do have a few issues here where the Plastidip didn't stick, and I see a hair in it, which is driving me crazy, but I can't get it out of there now without peeling up the dip. So here I go. I'm going to put the last coat on and peel the tape at the same time. All right, guys, welcome back, and I have totally finished the murdered out Plastidip golf cart, and it is about a 7 on a scale of 10. I do see some striping in the Plastidip. You can see there, not sure why that happened. Didn't have great results with the Duplicolor Plastidip. I have better results with the original Plastidip stuff, but for now, It's good. If I ever want to take the real plasti dip and do another coat here, I could try that. And I got the taillights all murdered out as well, and it looks awesome. And I did get the windshield back installed, so here is a look. I went ahead and dressed the seats, and I dressed the tires. The dash is not fully in yet. The mat is on order, so that'll be here within 2 or 3 days. And this is the murdered out Batmobile cart. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to try it yourself, I did prep the cart completely, but there are some troubling spots that didn't stick. I don't know why, but it's probably best to sand very lightly the entire cart. I did not do that. I used deglosser instead, and I have mixed results with the deglosser. But overall, the cart is completely black now. There's no white anything, there's no brown anything, and wow, what a transformation. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you guys soon. Hey guys, my name is Brad. I'm standing right in front of my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing Garage here. And today we're talking about something for the interior of the Tesla that I've been waiting for a while, and I didn't think it was ever gonna happen. And now it looks like I might be the first one in the country to go ahead and get this mod. So let's see what happens. Hang out with us. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Garage, and my name is Brad. If you're new to the channel, we want to welcome you here for the first time. If you are an old subscriber and watcher, we welcome you back, and we are so thankful for your support. Today, right behind me in the garage is my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, going on 2 years old now that I've had this car. Now, they did come out with the 2024 Tesla Model S Plaid. There were not any major things that were changed in the car. However, there was one thing that was changed that I was really jealous about, and I thought I would never be able to do it. Now, the 2024s came with a special new interior piece that I really liked, and I always thought this car was lacking in a couple of areas. One of them is the brake, and the other one was this part of the interior that they did just come out with for the new model. This new interior mod is not cheap though. It's gonna cost around $6,000 to get put in, and the dealer's gonna go ahead and install it for me. So let's go ahead and take a look inside the car and see what we're talking about in the 2023 Plaid. Now, these are a good look at the Model S Plaid sport seats from the outside. These are also the ones used in the standard Model S, and you can see they're just regular old seats. They do have heating and cooling. All the controls are down here on the side, which we will show you momentarily, and they are very comfortable seats. You can see here there's regular, normal Model S seats. Here's a better look at the headrest on the Model S seats and a look at the style of these. These are in black. They're very comfortable for long trips or just hanging out around town. And then down here on the side, you have all the controls for the seats right here. There are bolster controls and then tilt controls right here on the side. All right, you guys just did get a look at the inside of the Plaid, and you saw the original seats that came with it. They are black seats and they are very comfortable. They have heating and cooling and all of that right from the factory. But you saw that that is not a great sports seat. It is just the stock Model S seat, and I do think they should have come out with something a little bit better, and that's why we ordered the Model S Plaid sports seat. Now, I happened to be browsing online the other day for the Model S Plaid sport seats, and I was able to put it into the app, and it said it was compatible with my car and can be retrofitted. It was $5,800 with tax. It was $6,200 or $6,300 right in there. We did get those ordered from Tesla, and they are on the way to the dealership. The install date is going to be March 7th. I will cover all that on the channel when the seats come in and they're gonna get installed. Now let's go ahead and throw it inside to the Supercar Street Racing studio, and we will talk with Brad again in there about these sport seats and show you them online and exactly what they're gonna look like. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy to be back in the 4K production studio attached right to the SCSR compound. And we're back today with a huge celebration of over 50,000 subscribers. Now we're just trying to get those views up. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not so great, but I am happy to say that we are over 50,000 subscribers on Supercar Street Racing, and we couldn't have done it without your help as well. So thank you so much for liking and subscribing and supporting the channel through the past 8 years. And yes, we are almost at 9 or 10 years. I don't even remember when we started, honestly, but we are coming up on our 55,000 subscriber. Let's see what we are currently at now. We are 53,600, so over 50,000, and we have 25,000 in the last 28 days, which is great. Our content has been shared on some big platforms, and I'm so happy to say that it did work. But now what we're here for today, we are here to check out these Model S plaid sport seats. And you can see right in front of you, those are the black ones looking so fly, right on the actual Tesla website. Now, unfortunately, there is only one picture of them on the Tesla website, and you can barely see the back seat as well. So you don't see what you get in the back. However, if you look at this actual description right here, it does say that you get one driver seat, one passenger seat, 4 rear seat bolster trims, and 2 rear seat cushion trims. And if you look in the back, you can kind of see that there is a little bit of a trim piece here, and I don't see the rest of it, but all I can see is that there is a bolster piece right here that matches the front, and it does look like it's suede in the front, but it is going to be vegan leather. It is not real leather. They don't use that in their cars. Now, checking out the description, it does say that they're designed for enhanced performance, and a lot of people said they are a lot more firm than the regular plaid seats, and these started coming out in April of last year, so I missed out by a whole entire year, and now you can retrofit them. A lot of people said they were waiting for that to come out, and on the forums, everybody was talking about they saw something out there that it might come out soon, and it did come out, and it was available on my app, so I went ahead and ordered the sport seats in black that you can see right here in front of you. Now you can see it says they're made of high performance vegan suede like I just talked about, and they look like the plaid composite decor already inside the car. You can see right there in the center of the seat, let's zoom in on that. You can see right here they do have the plaid logo, which is very cool, and that's something the plaid was always lacking. It should have had carbon fiber or sport seats in my model from the factory, and it should have had better brakes. It should have had carbon ceramic brakes. For the price this car was, should have come with them from the factory. So these are on the way to the dealership right now, and the nice technicians over at Tesla are going to go ahead and install these for me on March the 7th. So just a few weeks away. We don't have to wait very long for our install date. Checking out some other pictures online here, you can see some people have already posted some stuff around the internet. These look like the white and black, which would not match my car because I have the black back seats. You cannot really mix and match those. But there is black, white, and cream, and I believe this is white that we're looking at right there. And this is from last year when Teslarati went ahead and reported on the fact that they were going ahead with the sport seats in the plaid. Now you can see somebody here went ahead and made their own seats and did the plaid actual material right in the center, which is kind of cool. But what we are looking at here is the ones that are official from Tesla. And there is a post that says that the Model S might get sport seats, but that nobody likes them. And I don't think that's true, because a lot of people were asking how they could retrofit their car with these, and now that is possible. You can even see right here that the new Model 3 Performance is going to eventually come with these sport seats and might already be in the wild, as someone posted right here a couple of weeks ago. You can see all the way back in 2023, right after I got my car, they were already posting things about the 2024 getting the sport seats, and that's one thing that I missed out on. It's a bummer. Now, if you want to order some Model S Plaid sport seats for your Model S Plaid, all you have to do is go into your Tesla app. When you go into your Tesla app, this will be under installable upgrades. You can see right here, it pops right up on the Tesla app, and you can go ahead and add to your cart. When you go ahead and add them and purchase them, they will allow you to go ahead and make a service appointment. Mine says that my parts are in transit to their dealership, so all I am doing now is waiting until March the 7th to go ahead and get my seats. So go into your Tesla app, go to upgrades, go to installable upgrades, and go ahead and order your sports seats right from the app. Once again, we want to thank you guys so much for 50,000 subscribers. You've really helped the channel grow. We just want to remind you to buy all of your products through our Amazon links and like and subscribe to our videos. Please check out our shorts too and our second channel, which we are doing a few things on here and there. But we got to get out of here. It is happy hour and I need a tequila shot. Welcome to Florida. Man, this is a crazy thunderstorm. It is blowing and wind is going crazy. There was hail at some point. It is just nuts out here today. Look at this. He's checking the AC. Air conditioner's on. He's fixing the idle. Oh yeah, we might have to get in the trunk.
Like I said, that's where I shine.
I figure we'll probably be climbing in there in a minute. All right, maybe you should get in the trunk.
Right? I got you.
I'm not big enough, man. This plus 5 gallons of fuel.
Yeah. Okay. Every bit counts.
Back in the trunk again, my buddy.
Sure.
I forgot your name.
Michael.
Michael, the Titan. We're in the trunk. Because it's spinning. Even with the tire pressure down. It'll spin. So, here we go. All the way in. Loud as hell. Need ear muffs. That was fun. Oh, sweet. 2,000 horsepower. Perfect. That's what I saw. Will it make a boost now?
Maybe 28 now.
And still maxed out on the G-cycle?
Yeah, it's max. Max now. Well, we got another 2. It's not bad.
Yeah. It's not great, but...
I mean, I honestly don't think that turbo is going to make any more than that. I've never run that turbo with those small housings. I think
So you think it's a small exhaust housing?
I think it's the compressor housing mostly, the turbine housing too.
Would it make 743?
Yeah. Get it to make a little more, but it's not going to make a ton.
Yeah.
Just changing those housings, I think you'll pick up probably 100 horsepower.
Yeah. Okay.
You try to force it to make boost, then you just back pressure keeps going up.
Yeah.
It's not good for anything.
Okay. It'll probably make more on the street, huh?
Yeah. If I could run it in 5th gear, probably too. I don't really like to do that.
Might as well. I got the gearing for it.
It's different.
411.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, do it one more time. Hey, you think you can get in the back so I can video it? All right. Thanks, man. I wonder if you guys can fit. You think that's too much, sir?
Yeah, I think that's gonna be
Just one person?
just one person.
All right, he said just one.
One person?
Yeah.
Especially now with this here.
Okay. Thanks, man. What's that? A what? Yeah, fully works. It's running the factory ECU and AEM, and they're tied together. Kind of a hybrid thing, because they don't make an AEM for this car, so there's no plug and play like for the IS. So people just kind of fake it. It's got a Honda AEM. No. BBTI is off, right? It's on. Oh, it's on? Oh, it's on. Okay. Good question. I have that same question as how it's working with the Honda AEM, but I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Or maybe it's the program itself and not the actual hardware. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's got the V160, the super 6-speed transmission, built suspension, everything's done, and the motor's built top and bottom end. So I mean, it can handle every bit of this turbo. Turbo needs a bigger exhaust housing, I guess. Here we go. Sounds good.
Yeah, I made 31, and then it dropped down to 28 on top.
I saw the 31 on the boost gauge when you were running it. I was looking at it pretty close. It made some power. That's all I can tell.
It's fired though. It probably needs new plugs.
Really?
Yeah.
So that had to be like close to 800. It had to be. Because it made 743 with 3 less pounds of boost. So, oh no, 754. I thought it'd be close to 800 for sure. Oh, 777. 788. There you go, 791. Man, if we could just get it up there like 8 more pounds, thing would make 900 easy.
8 more pounds?
Yeah, is that okay?
Ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you got a gap plug on. It's firing.
Do we need to do that right now, or can we do it right now?
I mean, I can get it done.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay, yeah, we might as well. I mean, they're new. I say new. They've been on the dyno now twice, but
You know what they gapped them to?
I don't. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall and I used Lowe's Home Cinema Screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away, I can see some issues with my wall boxes, a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men. Right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anchor Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, gonna be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm gonna do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's gonna be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm gonna leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So, I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with two curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here, you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room. And my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do two sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like two on the outside, two on the inside for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still gotta take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I gotta remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the, might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is gonna suck. So I'm gonna start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. All right, got the door prepped up, so that's where I'm gonna stop the paint right there. I am gonna paint up the hole right here where the, I forgot what that's called, strike plate, is that what it is? I'm not sure. The hinges are gonna get painted, all this trim. I'm gonna start with a brush and go ahead and do all the trim right now. So I don't have to mask off anything here because I'm just doing the outside of this trim. I'm doing the shelf there as well. All this. And I think I have like a little baby roller brush I can use. I gotta go look. I think I had a cabinet roller, but maybe I don't have it here. So that's my next step. I'm gonna go ahead and break open this Italian leather paint and go ahead and start painting. All right, I got my paint station set up here in the kitchen. Got my drop cloth here, my little roller tray, my roller with the appropriate thingy, roller refill, whatever it is, brush. I shook this up really well. I got my vinyl gloves on here, and just remember when you're doing this, have a bunch of paper towels ready. It is water-based. it will come off of anything, like literally it will wipe off of anything, or when it's done you can literally just take your fingernail or a scraper and scrape it off. It's not going to stick to anything permanently except your walls. So make sure this is shaken up well before you do it. I know you guys all know how to paint, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pour some of this out, and likely, since I decided why not start, I'm going to start the walls too. So I got my roller out for that. I got my paint here, which is not enough to do the whole room and the ceiling, so I'm probably going to run out. But I took a picture of this barcode so that it can easily be redone at Lowe's. So I'm going to go ahead and take that off. Now remember one other thing. When you pour your paint out, always, 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 always wipe off the paint that's dripping down the sides. See what happens if you don't right here. As soon as you're done pouring, get some paper towels, wipe it off. Get yourself like a Publix bag, like this, or a Walmart bag. Put all your paint paper towels in there and throw them in the garbage. I'm gonna go ahead and pour some paint out right now and start. All right, guys, got the trim painted around the door here. Just gonna tell you this straight up, dude. If you're painting dark over white, dark over light, period, it's gonna take multiple coats. But I encourage you to use the guarantee on this paint that says 1 coat coverage, because, okay, yeah, right. 1 coat is not, okay, 1 coat. Come on, man. Take it back to the store, get a free gallon to finish the rest. That's what I'm gonna do, because this is not covering in 1 coat. Not even close. Look at this. I know, because when I painted this wall, it took like 4 coats. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my little extension for my roller so I can go all the way up to the ceiling there. I'll do as much as I can today without doing around the projector, because I don't know if I need to raise it or lower it. But I'm gonna do it till I run out of paint probably. And I still gotta take that off and take the speakers out and take this ceiling fan bell out. I'll update you guys shortly. All right, guys, little update here. Got some of the ceiling painted there. Got this wall. Some of this has 2 coats, some has 1. It's just really hard to keep up with. Got my fan going. Got my fan going. Got my vodka going, just kidding. Got the speaker out. Got the vent out. Both of those got to get painted matte black. I got a whole new tray of paint. So it is time to tackle this entire quadrant right here, and I'll update you guys. But yeah, that's what it looks like so far. Definitely some needs a 2nd coat, maybe a 3rd coat. Yep, look at that. Update you soon. Another tedious update. Got that much done. It's gonna take me probably the entire day, because I gotta do all this. So I'm gonna keep on plugging away, but I'm gonna stop right there until I know if the projector is actually gonna fit. All right, just got back from Lowe's and Walmart, picked up a bunch of stuff, picked up some black receptacles and switches for the room here. Now I am updating you guys with the rest. So I am painting the vent, the Echo Show wall mount, and my surround sound speaker flanges, mounts, whatever they're called, black right now. So I wanted to show you guys this, and then I'll show you the progress on the room. Stayed up pretty late painting. Definitely needs another coat in a lot of places. Probably in most places, it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and start on that now. I did go get another gallon of paint because I used almost all of it. And I have to get around that ceiling fan up there and also around the stand up here, but I'm waiting to see if I'm gonna have to move it before I paint. Hoping I don't have to lower it. I also need to take this window up, but yeah. So this is what it looks like before we get all the black receptacles and stuff in. And then I think I'm gonna pull these specialty receptacle plates out and just paint them, since it's gonna be hard to find black ones, but especially for like some of these. But yeah, so I'm about to get my paint ready, start that, and then also
These guys take about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes between coats. But there's all the ceiling stuff and wall stuff painted black. And I'll be back soon. Alright guys, a little update here. So I got all the black wall plates installed and receptacles. Black switch. I'm painting the blank that goes right here, matte black. I got the Echo Show 5 mount here. So the way this goes in, this is so awesome. So you just literally like push it into the wall, and then it's got 4 clips.
Are you trying to shop the 5 mount?
Okay, that's funny. Amazon's talking to me on the. So you just put these 4 little clips in there to hold this mount in, and it kind of secures it up against the drywall. And if you look at my whole smart home tour, I kind of go over this. These guys get power from the switch below. You can see it right there. And so it makes it super easy to put these mounts in. But look, you can see how the clips like hold on the mount. They just kind of push up against the drywall like that. Such a cool thing. You just use a drywall knife to cut it out. So yeah, so black, black, black there. Let's grab the Echo Show. So I do have the skin coming for the Echo Show, and it's a space skin. So now all we have to do is find the power here. It's right there. Plug this dude in. Hard with one hand, but I'm gonna figure it out. Okay, so he's plugged in now. Now of course it looks ridiculous because it's white, but I mean, that's it. It's in. It's gonna look so much better with that skin on it. And there it goes, powering up. Got the projector power changed out to black, and the little brush plate is now painted. Gotta get the in-ceiling speakers. I'm gonna go do that now, and I'll update you guys after. All right guys, time to reassemble the surround speakers. These guys just literally screw right into these, just like this. I did notice that this paint is really easy to mess up, so I have to be super careful reassembling these things. So I'm going to go ahead and put the screws back in right there to the in-ceiling speakers. Okay, I got the speakers reassembled. There's the grills. There's the brush plate for the home theater projector mount. So now I am going to get these things installed right now. I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to put spade connectors on the wiring coming out of the ceiling because they were just wrapped around these terminals. So I'll show you guys that once I get in there. Alright, got my crimp tool. And if you guys didn't know, the color of the actual spade is on the tool to show you where to crimp it. See the red? And so that tells you what gauge wiring you're using. 22 to 18. And then you take your crimp tool and your red spades, and we are going to apply them to that boy right there. I'll show you when it's done. All right, could not get the red on there, so I switched to blue, which are a little bit larger. That worked perfect. The reds were pulling right off. I'm gonna go ahead and get that speaker mounted. And the way this works is they have little feet that hook on the drywall right there. So you rotate the feet in, all the feet go in, like this somehow, some way. They rotate in, and then once they hit the drywall, they spin and they grip the drywall. So they rotate in like that. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I need 2 hands. But yeah, those are the little feet that grab the drywall. Alright, I got one speaker in. As you can see, the paint doesn't hold up very well to touching it.
Same experience I had in the car. And a couple of the mounting screws didn't really catch. I don't know why. If it rattles, I'll pull it down and try again, but I think it's in there pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and do the next one. Got the surround sound speakers installed. Again, 2 of the screws would not engage on this piece of crap, so we will see what happens in that case. If it rattles, I'll have to take them out and do it again. I'm gonna work on the AC vent now. AC vent is done. I'm going to grab the brush opening for the power for the projector now. Get that installed. It is out here drying. And the blank switch plate. Get those installed. Not before I don't take a shot though. So the blank switch plate goes here. And the brush goes up there. I'm gonna do that now. All right guys, got the black receptacle and brush plate installed up there. It looks awesome. I know the cable's still white. Might have to just like take a frickin' Sharpie to that and turn it black. But yeah, so I gotta still do all those. So I gotta take all those off, paint those, and that little breakout adapter. Maybe, I'm not sure. I might get another entertainment center. I saw a really cool one on Walmart.com that I want. It's like 70 bucks, not a big deal. So I might just do that and not have to worry about these. You don't really see them even with my current setup. But now I am going to work on the curtains here for the closet. This is going to be traded out for curtains. No more door. Oh, I'll show you the curtains. So in here we got the curtains for that. And these are the Sun Zero blackout curtains. I know, no light comes in, but still. I just thought they looked cool. And then we got this, easiest way to do this when you remove your closet is to use a shower curtain rod like this. One that expands and locks into place. It probably will take all of 5 minutes to do this install. So I'm gonna work on that now and I'll show you guys what it looks like after. No more louvered, no, they're not even louvered actually. They're just these kind of doors here. And they are going away forever. That'll be coming up next. Alright, got the curtains installed and painfully obvious. The curtain rod needs to be painted black for sure. And I don't know if I have these curtains on there correctly, but I'll leave it to Susie to figure that part out. But that is going to be the closet. And it's going to look way better with the lights off. I know it looks kind of like reflective or whatever, but once it's dark in here, I mean, it's going to look fine. It just definitely needs to be... I can't believe the back of these things are white. Seriously? I'm probably going to have to take those back and get something that's not white in the back. This doesn't look good. But also that needs to be on the inside there. I guess it would work. But that bar's definitely got to be painted white. Absolutely. Or black, sorry. And then this will be good to go. I do have a set for here, a double set, but now I'm thinking that those are gonna have to go back because they're white on one side, and I really don't like that. I don't like how the white shows through. And they're kind of reflective. So I might take those back and get the charcoal ones. Alright guys, I totally forgot to update you when I was doing the curtains. I did get back from Walmart, got these curtains on where the closet door used to be, and I used a rod that goes through the middle. It's 3 panels, and I've got the doors that were on here inside the closet for now till I can figure out what to do with them. But as you can see, this came out pretty awesome. So that's the closet, which I really wanted to move all the equipment into the closet and then run everything up through the ceiling, but it's a lot of trouble to do that, put the receiver in there and all that, so I just left everything up front. I then got the blinds installed. These are brand new blinds, and they are the ones without a cord. So you just lower and raise them down here you just pull on the bottom of them. I just put my curtain rod bracket supports back up. These are the original curtains that were here before, these black ones. I'm gonna go ahead and hang those up right now. Got the curtains installed. Pretty dark with the blinds closed. These are faux wood blinds. They're like the most darkening you can get. And this room is very dark with everything shut. I'm going to now work on this door. So what we are doing here is two panels on the inside of the room and 2 panels on the outside of the room. So I got to put up, first put up curtain rod hanger. Here are the rods that are going up there. So I just got to hang these real quick. I'm going to start on the outside of the door and get that set done now. Alright guys, got the entryway curtain done. So you can't put the little ball on that end because it's right up against the wall. But basically, let's see how dark it gets now with no lights on in here. Oh, see, yeah, that's perfect. That's amazing. I'm very happy with that. And then there's a tiny bit of light coming in on the corner of the blind there, but I don't know what I can do about that. Yeah, there's some light coming in up in the corner up here that I'm gonna probably have to deal with. But other than that, it's dark enough in here for sure during the day. So the screen looks absolutely great. If I can find the remote here. Let me turn this music down so... Wow. That's crazy. That's HDR, so that's 4K with HDR. And of course, you're not going to get the full effect from my camera, but it's absolutely awesome. This Anker Cosmos Max 4K is... They're not paying me to do this. They're not sponsored or anything. This thing looks great. Now I'm shooting this on the phone at 4K 60, which is what the video is, and the phone does HDR as well. But I mean, that's a good example. If you go here, this is a Atmos demo, and it's got true black. Of course, this projector is not going to go true black. It's going to be grayish. Let's look at some of these other ones. Wow, that's awesome. So cool. So here in a second, I'm going to turn the lights on. I've got a couple more things to do before I reveal the room to you guys. Okay, it's time to hook up the JBL studio monitors the correct way. They've always kind of just been barely hooked up. So I have some flat speaker wire that I'm gonna use. I want to just try this because I'm running this under the carpet right there. Hopefully it's enough gauge. I'm not sure what gauge it is. Let's see if it says. We're not pushing like a ton of power through the fronts. So I've got my speaker wire here, I got my banana plugs, and I am ready to start doing some damage here. So I'm going to start by, I got these rugs too for under the speakers. These guys. So just gray rugs. They're going to go on each side right here on the floor. Kind of dampen the room a little bit more too, the sound. The more fabric you have, the better. So that's going in the corner right there, and it matches this rug. Speaker's going to go on there. It's going to also allow me to run the wire under the carpet right here, and since it's flat, it shouldn't get in the way. And I have another mat for that side I'm going to install, and I'll update you guys when I start doing banana plugs. Well, it took me forever to figure it out. Of course, it fell off right when I said that. Well, I had the banana plug on, but I can't seem to figure out how these stupid things work. They're the most ridiculous plugs I've ever seen in my life. So I guess I got to put that one back on now. Finally got the plug back on, man. These things suck. I got these a while back on eBay, I think, but I got this one side ready to plug into the speaker. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Get my appropriate length to the back of the receiver right here, and then put the other set of plugs on. Got the wire run underneath the rug here. Got the banana plugs on the other end. It's ready to go to the back of the receiver now, and then I'm going to do some wiring cleanup back there as well. I got my zip ties ready. Get everything nice and neat back there. I'm going to do that now. All right, I got all my wiring done. These are the front speakers. Unfortunately, I don't know which one's left and which one is right, so I'm going to run a test tone here real quick and see which one is which. After 10 more minutes of messing around with this speaker not working, of course, the banana plugs pulled out 3 times in a row, so I ditched them and just used the rear speaker terminals. Now I'm running the configuration to make sure that I have the speakers in the right jacks. So you just go to channel level and it sends a test tone. So yeah, there's front left, so center. I'll go back. Center. It actually works. I can't believe it. So the banana plugs come out again. And then I don't have height speakers. Okay, my surround sound speakers are reversed. I need to correct that real quick. Alright guys, got the wiring all finished as best I can. I just need a shorter Ethernet cable. That's what's really taking up a lot of space back there. I ordered like a 6-inch one. And that's going to be it for today's video. You can see I got the speakers all wired up. And I will be making a reveal video, and that will premiere tomorrow. So please check it out when it gets done. Thanks you guys for watching.
There it is. There it goes. Joe. Joe. There it goes. There it goes. Oh my God. Yo. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, dude, come see this shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
It looks like a firework.
Dude.
Yeah, it looks like a firework. Basically.
They don't even care.
Oh
whoa.
God. Take a good video, Brad. Zoom in with your...
Yo, yo, yo. Yo. Why are they laughing? Why are they laughing at us? Yo.
Brad, you gotta send me this video.
We're gonna hear it. We're gonna hear it in like 5 seconds. Yo, dude, look at this.
Boom.
You're about to hear it. You're about to hear it. Oh my God, dude. That's sick.
Oh! Oh, that's
Let's
sick.
go. Let's go, dog.
That's cool.
Look at that thing go. Holy crap.
Is that it?
Dude, you will never see this again in your life.
The more you know.
Right? Dude. Dang, that thing is cool. Holy crap. Yo, this is amazing. Joe! Oh! Stage step. Let's go. There you go. Stage separation.
Now, we'll see it land.
No, it's drone ship.
What?
Drone chip. There it goes. There it goes.
This one's not coming back?
Drone chip. Yeah, it's going to drone chip. That is crazy. Oh my God.
Because on Thursday we seen it come back, and after it landed you hear the boom.
Yep. We get to hear that. That's dumb. Okay. Yo, that was cool.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, that was awesome, right?
Yeah, it was.
Coolest thing ever. I still got like a bead on it. I still got it. Yeah. Still got it. Still got it. Joe. I still got it. Yeah. Got it. The best one. Still got it. Joe. Still got it. I still got it. Yeah, I still got it. I finished the USB power inside the dash. Joe is currently extending the ignition system. One of the wires was too short, so he's got that.
I mean, that would work if it was just cutting off.
What color are the wires? An explosion. Just like that.
You put that in the video.
Let's go it in. All right, a little update, guys. I finished the USB power inside the dash right there, the two 12-volt to USB adapters. Tested, they both work. We also tested this new USB charger. It is reading 12.3 volts, so that is perfect, and that worked. Also hooked the tablet up temporarily to the amplifier, and the rear speakers work fine. The gain was literally turned all the way down low, and they were super loud. This is plenty of power for these 4 speakers. So all we have to do right here and right now is button up everything and get the dash put on, and we're gonna do that next, so hang out.
I think that looks good. What do you think? I think it's... Yep. All right, start with this one. Perfect. Just going to the bottom one. All right, let's go to this one.
Things look good. Except for that Amazon logo showing. That you branded into the dash forever.
I can't even see that.
That's what she said.
Come on, man.
Hey, dog. That made me feel
What'd you do?
Boom.
Oh shit, they're upside down.
Got it.
Perfect. The sound's gonna come out upside down. All right, Joe is currently extending the ignition system. One of the wires was too short, so he's got that ignition system extension stuff going on right now. I'll let you guys watch that.
All right. All right, now what we got to figure out is the lights, right?
That's gonna be the tough one.
So I think that this black and red right here are the lights.
Either that or we're gonna have an explosion, explosion.
Oh!
Just like that.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but who knows what fuse you just blew.
Well, I don't think it did because I heard the ignition kick on. So this is 12 volts. That's fine. Oh, you put that in the video.
Let's go it in. Got him. I told you it was gonna explode.
Well, what, no, you said it right when I did it.
Got him.
Okay, so we're gonna leave that one alone.
Yeah, dog, it's right here on the back of this, dude.
I mean, I've literally tested.
Okay, is brown, gray, purple, or blue anywhere disconnected? No.
No.
What about gray? Gray's disconnected somewhere? Gray looks like it's part of your headlights.
I've already tested to see whether or not we lose.
Those two together don't turn your headlights on.
They don't.
Even when this is on.
Correct.
Okay, it is the next day, and we spent a lot of time yesterday trying to figure out the lighting situation, and I think we have it figured out that if we connect something here, it makes the lights go on from the actual light switch that goes on the dash. So I'm gonna go ahead and work on that. I'm gonna get a wire run from here up to the switch on the dash, and that should make the lights work. So let's get busy on this. Okay, I think we said if we touch this guy to this blue, the lights come on. They do. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut this spade connector off here. I'm gonna barrel onto that, and then I'm gonna run a wire all the way up this harness. And I have blue wire, so okay. I'm cutting this guy. All right, just a little update here. I finished the lighting wiring. I went ahead and ran a jumper up to where we figured out we had to connect the lights, and I used the solder connectors on it. Came out really good, really solid connection right there. Now I'm going to just cover up the extra wire we have right there with a wiring nut. Actually changed my mind. I'm gonna use heat shrink just to cover the end of this wire up. I already got my heat shrink. I mean my heat gun right here. Just cut that off. That part's done. And this part of the harness just runs over this behind the dash. And I think Joe was gonna do something to cover that hole up there to keep the water out. We're also waiting on a charger cable. Yeah, we can't button the dash up without charger cable for the iPad and the iPad as well, where I can, throwing away everything I can here. Okay, so I've got the dash here in front of me. And as you guys can see, this little pocket kind of twists and goes in there. And my plan is to mount this guy right there with double-sided tape. We went right through there, right in the bottom there, and then we have our CAN cable. This is our communications cable for the display. We have stripped back the wire on one side so that it can bend better because the exit is straight out of the bottom. That's what I did. But I feel like some glue there and some glue there will help it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and connect the display so we can test it and see if it still works after we fiddled with the wiring. Let's hope it comes on. There's a power button. It came on and it works perfectly. It looks so good. It really just needs like a little bit of silicone sealer around the top. I got no silicone sealer, dude. Okay, I just went ahead and fixed the port that was literally falling out of the box. I just put a couple screws in it and then we'll just come around here with some silicone sealer. And then Joe is going to rewrap the box with carpet. The box is literally falling apart right now, so it's getting stuff everywhere. But yeah, so that part is done. All right, I'm gonna work on cleaning up the wiring under the dash. All right, it is a new day and I am out here in the garage and the lights are off because it gets really hot in here. Wanted to show you guys something real quick. So under the cart here, I have one more wire to run and it is the communications cable to the display. If you see those small holes right there, we already got our cables going through one hole and it's not big enough anyway. I'm going to try to make that hole bigger in the center there, right next to the cables. I'm gonna try to drill that out right now and see if I can get the CAN cable to go through there. So I might have to use my step bit. We will see if I can even do that, but that is my mission right now, is to go ahead and drill that guy out if I can. So I'm gonna get busy on that. Gotta do it from that side. There ain't no way I'm gonna get it from this side. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I got it, dude. Got it. All right, now that I have a place for the display cable to go that connects to the battery, I am gonna go ahead and try to put the ignition key on the new dash. Now the key is laying inside there. I don't know if it will reach. So the first thing I wanna do is get it off of this cart and mount it onto the new dash. So let's get this dash back onto the table right here. This is the old dash. We don't need that anymore where we're going. So all we have to do right here, right now is push this into the new dash. We want the key right there, so that means we have to tighten the nut. Okay, I got the key facing straight up now, and it turns to the right to turn it on. That's where I want it. So now we have to figure out a way to tighten up the nut on the front of the dash. So I think that I can use some wire snips for that. All right, it is really tight now. I never got mine tight. And then this is the bezel. I don't know if it will work with this system. It did not work on mine. That's as good as it's getting. It's not bad. Actually came out good. I got to see if the ignition will actually reach. I don't have the charging cable. I can't do that part. He didn't bring any of the parts over. Kind of hosed. Can't run the charging cable. All I can do is get the dash mocked up in here now. Missing the charging cable and I'm missing the bass knob. I can't really finish the dash completely. If you're facing the front, this is left. So I've got the right speaker wire for the right job. Now we have to run this somewhere. There we go. Got the wires nice and tied up back there so they can't just flop around. We have all this other stuff to deal with now. That's all for Bluetooth. I don't think this cap is going to go on. And the speaker wire. Now here's the other speaker wire. This goes up to the steering wheel. This goes behind the dash. And this goes to the ignition right there. That's gonna suck. I love wire management. This is my happy place. Okay, I'm gonna work on the Bluetooth adapter mounting now. Now this Bluetooth adapter is going to be mounted somewhere where we can actually get to it so that if something happens, you can pair it again. Now the dash is gonna face like this on an angle. So we're gonna put it up under here, right underneath here, and drill a hole for the RCA cables to go through and the power wire. We have to run pretty much 3 wires through the hole to interface to the back right here of the Essicon or whatever brand it is Bluetooth adapter. So I'm thinking like this with a hole right here. Hopefully, if everything will bend. You're not gonna get me this time, you son of a... We're back here next to the beautiful Mac Pro that was converted from a thrift store piece of junk to a very nice Linux running computer. And today, this guy beat me up the first time we tried to install it. But we're gonna try for 2.0 today on Supercar Street Racing, so hang in there. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. And as you can see today, we have this Lanbon LCD smart switch
right here next to me and right here on the screen. And previously this thing kicked my butt because it actually shows a black wire in the instruction manual where it should have been white. But it's my fault because I should have known it was the neutral wire anyway. So taking a look at the LCD smart switch here, it is a dimmer switch, so it gives you the capability to do about 4 different switches on one switch. The problem is most of your switch ports, the switch in the wall port, meaning the opening or the box for the switch, is going to be a multiple opening, and this will not fit because this is designed for a single gang box. Most of your more than one switch boxes in the wall are going to be more than one gang, and this uses a 1 gang switch. Now these are awesome if you do have multiple wiring go into one gang and you can use one switch to control everything in your house or everything on this dimmer with one LCD panel. And today we're going to take a look at this one more time because I did it once and I really failed, but today I refuse to lose.
All right, we're out here in the garage in front of the smart switch that exists already. It's an LED smart switch. It has been giving me problems, so the routines no longer work. And instead of trying to get this guy working again, what we're going to be doing right here is removing this old switch. And you can see it has one of those screwless faceplates on it. But we're going to be removing that because the new guy has everything we need included with it. So first we take off this faceplate. Once that faceplate is off, that's what the outer plate actually attaches to. Once that is off, we have our switch free and clear to go ahead and take out. We just remove the top and the bottom screw here. And that switch should just come right out. Trying to get my microphone working. Now taking a look inside of this switch, you see that we have our neutral wire here, which we need again, and then we have our 2 black wires. It's actually red in this case, but it would be black in a normal switch. Now on the back of the LAN bond, you will see that it has a place here for the neutral wire. Neutral wire goes right here where it says N, and what you do is you just loosen up the screw on the bottom and put the wire in there, and then your load goes here, and then your other load goes to either 1, 2, 3, or like you have 3 different places to put loads, but your common here goes to L. So the black will go to one of these 2, L or L1. So we're going to go ahead and get that disconnected here real quick. All right, for this job you're going to need and there goes the screws. You're going to need a very small screwdriver to loosen up the screws on the LAN bond. Go ahead and loosen up the neutral wire, the L, and the L1. If you're only doing one switch, you only need L and L1. Now, I do have the power on at this point, so I am wearing gloves. I advise you to turn the power off. I never turn the power off, but as a safety precaution, you should always turn the power off. This will shock you, and if this neutral wire touches any other thing, ground or otherwise, it will definitely pop. Go ahead and put the neutral wire in there where it says N. Insert that all the way, and then of course drop your screwdriver. Take 2. Go ahead and tighten that down. Don't be scared to torque it. Oh, also forgot to tell you guys, this part does come off. So that has to be mounted separately. So the front part comes off and then you're left with this little plate here. Now, let's go ahead and get the other switch disconnected. Now, what happens basically on the switch is when these two wires make a connection, it sends power up to the switch. We will prove that here momentarily if we just do this. You can see the lights came on. That is the basics of a switch. The neutral wire connects to the switch up there, and then when these two connect to each other down here, it completes the circuit. The white wire will always be connected up in the ceiling to the switch, and then down here you will have the hot wire, and when it makes a connection like this, the lights do come on. Now, we got to get this wire straightened out so we can put it in the back of the terminal here. So we're going to need our workman's pliers. Now, the workman pliers is the most commonly used pliers by an electrician, and they look like this. These are workman's. So we're going to take that workman and go ahead and straighten out this wire. And we don't need anything that long. The workmans do have cutters on the back, so you go ahead and cut that off a little bit, straighten it out completely. Same with the other one. Don't need that much wire on this, nor do I need that right this moment, but I am going to need it momentarily. Now we just take our back of our switch. One of these guys goes to L. We'll test it and see if we got it the right way. Tighten that down nice and tight, and then the other guy goes to L1. Okay, we got the Landbond Smart Switch wired. Now the second part of the equation is testing it before we mount it to the wall. And so here is the faceplate, and you can see here the way it connects is it goes on and then it slides downward. It can only go on one way, and you can see right here right now we do have a light in there and it is booting up. So once it comes on, we will see if it lights up the lights in the garage. Now it is wants to know if you want to be a dimmer. Confirm that. Edge lighting on. You can also find it in settings, edge lighting. It's telling you how to turn on the edge lighting. Okay, it wants us to go ahead and configure this now, but I'm going to skip this for now. And my lights hate that it is a dimmer. And it is working properly. They don't like the fact that it's a dimmer, but at the same time it doesn't matter. They're just going to be on and off 100%. If we go anything under 100, now they're allowing themselves to be dimmed to about 25%, so that's perfect. All right, cool. Now we just got to install the switch back into the wall. before. Okay, we did get the menu up finally. You do it by holding up in the upper left-hand corner for several seconds, and then we want to go ahead and go into Wi-Fi config there. And there is an easy mode and a hard mode. Let's do the easy and see what we get. Now on the phone, we're going to go ahead and record there as well. So I'm going to open up X Recorder here real quick and record on the phone. Okay, so on the phone we want to go to Smart Life. All right, now let's go to Mode Config here on the front of the device. Oh, it already sees it here. Alright, I do have the lights off on the production lighting so you guys can see this better and see the screen, but we have successfully installed the Lanbon dimmer out in the garage. You can see the edge lighting there. I'll do a separate video on how to configure this thing, but it is on right now, so I'm going to go ahead and power it off. And you can see the garage lighting did go off, and you see the better now the edge lighting, which is configurable. If you go inside here, and this light up here does not want to go off forever. If you go in here and you go edge lighting, you can set the colors. So like right here, you can set it to red. And then there's all kinds of other settings as well, and I can't keep that light from going off. But there is a theme that you can go into and set. There's not a ton of different options, but I'm going to confirm that one. Now you can see the background did change there on the screen there. And if you hold down right here, this is how you get into menu. You hold it down for any number of 4 or 5 seconds, and you can go into all the settings. And then there's your brightness and stuff for it. I'm going to turn the normal brightness up and the standby brightness up. Screen light time, display angle vertical. And yeah guys, so now you get, oh, there's some engineering options here. Pretty cool. Great switch. I really like these a lot. It's just too bad that you can't use the dimmer in anything but a one gang, because dimmers, I mean even standard switches, usually are in more than one gang box. There's no way to mount this. It would have to be completely custom. So I'm happy with this installation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now back to Brad over for the final word on the switch install. So right here on the screen we have this Lanbon Tuya Smart Life LCD smart switch that we just installed in the Supercar Street Racing garage. Looking oh so fresh.
And if you'd like to purchase one of these, I'll leave a link in the description for you. And I hope that you have good luck with this now that I've installed it twice. And I let it beat me one time. I'm not letting it do it twice or 3 times or ever again. And you guys, I hope you subscribe to the channel and like this video. And we'll see you again next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Florida life. You go in your backyard, you got one of these guys chilling in the freaking weeds, ready to come out, get you, bite your face off. All right, back at Joe Dukes of Duval here with the Savannah Banana shirt, and he made trigger tacos with the crema sauce and the slaw, and these things look awesome. Are you hyped?
I'm hyped.
Let's eat.
It's gonna be so good.
What do we got?
Hill satisfaction.
Let's go. You do it. It's your radio. Peel sat. Let's go. Oh, look how
so
crispified
good.
it is.
Oh, hold on. I got a little more.
This is the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, guys. Check out the studio. What do you guys think of the studio, man? It's pretty cool. I know you want to hang out in the studio with me. Let's go. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic's hot. Plenty of headroom. Okay. So leather conditioner, leather cleaner. Shake well, apply 1 to 3 lines of product on a premium microfiber. Spread evenly, massaging the surface, allow to penetrate. Wipe dry if desired. Reapply as needed to keep leather looking. We recommend using chemical dyes leather first. Okay. Are we rolling? Alright, we're on it now. Alright, phone ring. Alright, we're back. This thing can see a lot. Don't need to see the washing machine and dryer. Man, this thing's got a wide field of view. Doesn't even look like it's on me. Oh yeah, it's way on me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind enough to send us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're going to show you how to use this today right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car Precedent. There are specific directions for using this stuff, and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Need a preview so bad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now there's a certain way you need to apply these, there's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it, so we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now we try to keep this car pretty clean. We barely... What? What's the deal with that? Stops all of a sudden. Stupid thing. Great. Wonderful. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it. And so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. But we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our Club Car Precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the Club Car Precedent. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 Club Car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And we're going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but we're going to take it into the studio first and look at this stuff online with Brad.
hot in here. Go ahead and get pics while that's set up.
are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take the leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel, and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes, directly onto the towel like this. Take 2. Take 2. See me in on this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the towel. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And then when you're done, if you'd like to, you can actually buff it off and dry it. Or you can make, and when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. Let's get it out. How? AC fits here. Oh man, the fan was on. That sucks. Hopefully it didn't pick up all the fan noise. I guess in case that was a bad tape, we'll go ahead and record that part. All right, we're going to record that part again, just an overview of how you put it on the towel. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of the stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. It's a lot. There's a lot on this. So I'm gonna go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I've been putting quite a bit on it. So I'm just gonna knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm gonna go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks. Everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean. And the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off. Just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, we need to reset somehow for the seats. I don't know how we're going to get this shot. Just right here. getting this light is in the shot. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the shot here. All right, guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple stripes here. It comes out pretty thick, so should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats, but let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start, get it worked into the towel a little bit. And go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Overheated. You guys overheated. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put some leather cleaner. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're going to go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit so we can get to it. And go ahead and apply the leather conditioner. Buff it out now. And then go ahead and do the bottom. You got to work it in giving these seats with ventilation holes or a little splotchy. And I'm going to buff that out. And that seat was done. I'm going to get in so I can view the door panel because there's no tile for this, unfortunately. Moving on to the center console. Now I'm going to get this underneath of the dash here. And now the door panel. Lock came out that time. If you roll the window down, it'll keep you from getting it all over the window. That's pretty obvious, but a lot of people don't do that. All right. The front is done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving on to the back with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. We're going to go ahead and do the back doors. Try not to put too much on the right, and it came out a lot already. So I'm going to just take that and kind of buff it into the rag a little bit so it's not so thick. It came out a lot that time. Like a whole lot. And this window won't roll down any more than that, so otherwise I would. All right, we are now in front of the golf cart. We're gonna go ahead and do this take. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart right now, and you guys can see we have the Chemical Brothers. I say Chemical Brothers. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, sitting so fresh here. This time though, we're going to go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it, and we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. That is dirty. We'll put a few stripes of leather cleaner on it, or we'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth. And then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over. Put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip the towel over again. Not put way too much on that. That would be enough for the front and the back. We'll put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right. The front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. All right, we're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean, that just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I have much on my rag, and I'm just going to let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm going to flip my rag over, put a little bit more on the back. Hopefully not a lot this time. And go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats on this golf cart. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If you feel like it. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. I'll do another out. Do another outro. Above the chemical guys cleaner. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the. Take 2. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the seats on the Model S Plaid. And then we came over to the 2014 Club Car Precedent. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Brothers. I want to say Chemical Brothers all the time. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, and then we proceeded to go ahead and condition them with the leather conditioner. If you want to pick up this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. If you want to check out this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. But for now, let's throw it over to the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio and see what Brad has to say about this product. Why was I looking at the light the whole time? I'm not do that over. I was looking at the light at the camera. I'm stupid. All right, guys, you just saw we went ahead and conditioned the seats in the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent, went ahead and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent. We went ahead and cleaned the seats with the leather cleaner and then proceeded to condition them with this leather conditioner. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. Perfect. Love it. It's hot. It's hot. And everything keeps overheating.
Alexa, turn off. Never mind. filter was so clogged on my vacuum cleaner.
fire up the studio.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys had a great Christmas. And today we have this carbon fiber dash kit, and I have to figure out a way to put this ignition switch back in. There's instructions right there. So today we're going to start looking at this carbon fiber dash and figuring out how to get this thing back installed so that we can use this cart again. I did get some other stuff done that I will explain here on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas, and New Year's is coming up, and hope you guys have some big plans for New Year's. But you can see here the cart is in shambles. This is just the wiring harness. Literally was just stuffed back in there, and I'm going to clean it up when I put it back. But we need to run some wiring from the front to the back. We are going to be running speaker wires. We will have two crossovers in here under the dash for the front component, 6.5-inch speakers, and then we will run the wire down through the trough right there where the other wiring will go, and it goes up into a little indention in the dash right there on the end. You can see it. I did clean up underneath the mat completely, and I also got all the rust and stuff off of this plate where the accelerator pedal goes, and I did paint it black or plastic dip it black, and you can see a big difference there. It looks really good. Came out awesome. The seats also came out great. Did those with the Duplicolor vinyl paint, and it looks like it's stuck perfectly. There's no more brown left except this brown stitching, and that is acceptable because you can barely see it. I think if I wanted to, I could get like a dye pen and just run across these stitches and make them black. But for now, our goal is to get the ignition switch off of this panel. Here is the switch panel. We are not using anything off of this panel again except for this ignition switch, and we will make a new label or get one. We're not using that, and we're not using the battery indicator, but we are going to take from this round charge thing here, and that is going to power our USB charger and voltage indicator that won't be here till Wednesday, at which time we will have to put a hole in this dash to put our charge indicator in. Don't know where that'll be yet, depends on how big it is, but I'm thinking somewhere in here, maybe right in the center, but we won't know till we get it. So first things first, we gotta disassemble this panel. Back here in the Supercar Street Racing awesome kitchen, and we've been doing some tequila shots here, me and Susie. And today we have not this and not this knife, but
We do have the instrument panel here from the club card precedent, and we need to go over a few things here. But first, we need to get some sort of table condom so we don't mess up the table. This wonderful IKEA table. Get that tequila cap over there. And so looking at this instrument cluster here, we have on this side, this is an older cart, so 2014, so we have the battery dead indicator, which we don't need anymore. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and pop that out. But first, we are going to disconnect. Actually, we're not even gonna take it out. There's no reason to take it out. So we're gonna pop these spade connectors off. And they are in there good. Then what we're gonna do is cut these zip ties, but we're also gonna label this stuff so that if we want to reuse it in the future, we can. right, guys, welcome back. Here is the carbon fiber dash, and it comes with a, well, it did come with a something taped to the back. Now I have to find it. If I don't have that, I'm in trouble. All right, I had a mini panic attack because I lost this important piece of goodness. Now, this says for the ignition, locate the metal ring, that's this. Slide the ring onto the stock ignition and install the ignition in the dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up with the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. So here is the notch. And okay, so there's the locating pin. See the pin? And it says, slide the ring on the stock ignition. There's the locating pin. Right there. Goes on just like that. And it says now to drop it onto the floor like an idiot would. Okay. Now, what does it say? Wish I had a new piece for this. Slide the ring on stock ignition. Install the ignition dash. Be sure to install the ring with the notch lined up where the corresponding locating pin on the ignition. Install the plastic ring back onto the front of the dash to conceal the nut. Okay, so I'm guessing, so here's the hole. That's what she said. Back here with the cart, got the ignition switch installed, and these are the ignition wires we labeled. They are green and blue, and we clearly have a label on here, which I'm glad we do. This one goes to green, and I think they were this way. Alright guys, back outside with the club car and the dash. Okay, I got my trusty screwdriver out with my bit, and these things just really just come right out, no problem. Alright, now I get it. Now I got to try to figure out how to reinstall this blinker. All right, I got the steering wheel on, and after a lot of back and forth, I got the blinkers back on. Finally figured that out, that I was using the wrong screws. And so the next step is we got to leave all this loose because we're doing stuff behind the dash, and we need to actually be able to slide the dash up, and that will be next. Okay, I struggled with this dash for a minute, but I finally understand, and it looks so good. So high trained. Look at this thing, dude. This thing is awesome. I was like, this doesn't fit at all, and then I realized the back part of the dash has to tuck under the cart, and then this part goes over it, and now it is pretty snug. This is going to be so good once we have everything installed. I'm really excited about this. And yeah, kind of want to paint this steering wheel column. It's all scratched up, so I might do that as well. We'll see. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Little football action going on up there. And FedEx just came over and dropped this package off for us. And this is mini bike parts. So let's take a look and see what's in here first. There's our packing list. Small parts enclosed, don't know what that is. There's our nice clutch cover. Gonna look good on there. And there's another bag of parts that I don't have any clue what they are. So I'm gonna put the phone down here and open these guys up. Okay, we have the two